Hello, I'm back. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for that to happen. I guess I don't really know what happened, but it was like hold on. I want to toggle my ears because that'll make me feel better. Apparently someone tripped the power breaker and because of that my computer was on battery mode on my backup thing, but then my backup thing crashed, so my PC turned off. So, yeah. I'm a little sad now, man. That sucks. I'm scared that the Vinky didn't save properly either, so I could be cocked. Thank you for the cheek pap, Rainer. Gotta stop stealing from the men in black. Apparently! God damn! I feel like... But yeah, you guys can get redeemed. Sorry, that like really tanked my mood. Because I know it really tanks viewership if that happens, and I just... Oh, I'm okay though. I'm okay. I'm alright. My brain. My brain. This is the wrong video. Okay, I don't think it's too bad. Why did that happen? Yeah, get those check-ins. If you get those check-ins, it'll make me feel better. Boop. I'm so upset. Stupid ass, fucking ass technology. Hey, Sunshine, looking good, girl. Thank you. Thank you. I just need to hit it. There you go. Okay, I feel better now. I want to change my hair back. I'm like all topsy-turvy. Okay. Where BLT go? I just came to my senses. I'm in another dimension. Now I have to remember what I was doing. Thank you for the check-in, Cole. How you doing, by the way? I hope you're having a good day. I hope we're having a good day. I gotta refresh all everybody's streams now. Did Moe finish? Moe did finish. Thank you for the cheek pat. Aww. Ellie's doing such a good job. We love Ellie. Did my live notice still off? Ooh, I forgot. Stream tools, Carlbot. Just too darn hot. Understandable, it is summer. There's no resistance. We had heat warnings all last week and for most of this week. Oh, Jesus. Do you have an air conditioner? Do you have an AC? I hope you do. You can stay nice and cool. My brain is like trying to beat itself up. I'm not letting it though. Delete track. They say it will be cooler on Friday. Only yikes! 100 degrees humidity. Jesus. Humidity sucks. Yikes. I think it's this one. Oh yeah, the AC has been a lifesaver. If it died, I'd be camping out at the local library. Makes sense. Makes sense. Wait, I need the audio. Wait, why does he do the thing? Here. The heck? What should I answer? Are we playing for tonight? Video editing? Maybe some Minecraft? Maybe some art? I think I want to do some 3D art today. I haven't done 3D art in a little bit. So I would like to do some 3D art. And then I think the rest of it. There you go. I'm a man. You just use this one. So that way it would be like rotate them 90 degrees, negative 90 degrees. Oh, right. And then sound effects. Minecraft drink Minecraft nom. So this one, so he goes from here to here. And then I think I would layer this a few times. This one, and this one, and like offset it, so it'd be like these ones. This city, tell me how not pretty. Why don't you let this feel? Sounds with me. smaller. Oh. At my ceiling. Down in a damn hot minute. Don't you like this feat? So you stick with me. 99 degrees. Boop, boop. And then add track. And then these ones. Like to get your number. You can take me home. Sorry that I'm quiet. I got bummed because of the thing, and now I'm just kind of doing the do. These ones are supposed to go the other way. No, it's just I just thought it was intense concentration. I'll take that. I'll take that. Motherfucker. Save, so it would be like. This one needs to go here. There you go. Get away, motherfucker. Okay, I think that's good. And then... Ugh. I want like a tiny baby fart. Oh, my neck. Alright, just like small fart. Let's look up small fart. Boop, boop. I like how you don't know all the lyrics, but you have the cuss words down cold. What can I say? What can I say? It's just how it be for me, you know? Curse words are easy to remember. Okay. Download. Transparent background, not the last two pages. Download. Download. My face with love, face me. See my face with love. Do it, lady. Yes. I also will make that a thing in a minute. Most in the room and the lieutenant has been. I'm gonna send this to somebody. Impulsive thoughts. I just want to make sure it's not overlapping anything else. Daydreams. Master. There we go. I'll do another fart. That's crazy. Apply video transition. I need a spin. Is your spin one? Sure. Do it, lady. That's way the line.
Oh, well, what this?
Oh my god! Thank you, Arch! Oh, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime for 2 months. It means a lot to me. I hope that I can continue to provide an entertaining service and keep you entertained with my shenanigans in Minecraft. Thank you. Thank you for believing in me. It means a lot. It means a lot to me. And you have no idea how much it means to me. But a video fuck done. Ooh. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's all the trouble. Daydreaming. Not this one. We'll see. I'll be apply. Okay. Cool. Of 24/7 baby. Is that everything? Yeah, okay. I just need to go back. This one. Oh my god! Cole, thank you! Thank you! Thank you for subscribing to your 1 for 6 months in advance! Thank you! It means a lot to me! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mwah! Mwah! Oh, wait, I can do this for both of you. Mwah! 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 Platonic kisses! Look, I could even do it like just one arm. Mwah! 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 Thank you. Barely covers a glass of milk. Hey, it covers my glass of milk. You know what I'm saying? Covers my glass of milk. If you know what I'm saying. But thank you. It means a lot. Oh, I'm clicking the wrong buttons. Okay. Oh, I also realized I could just, like, do this. If I want to. Oh, this is fun. Okay. But thank you. It really fucking means a lot. It, like, literally, like, I want this to be a thing for me, you know? No, I don't know what you're saying. Please explain in detail, Kate. This is a really big thing to me. Streaming, I'd love it for it to be a full-time thing, and it means a lot that you guys are here for me and believe in me in the way that I'd believe in you for anything that you wanted to do, honestly. So, thank you. Really, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for raising my spirits and always being here for me. Media. Yes. Media. Raising your spirits, necromancer. Yeah, y'all are. Well, I am a cat cow lichmera, so kinda goes with the lore if you think about it. Yeah, think about it. Okay, let's do waking up. Personally, I'm more of a necromancer. You like that neck? I too like good neck kisses. I understand that. I do. I don't know how long these videos need to be. Science. Let's look up science. Yes. Oh, science. No, I don't want that one. I don't want that one either. Sure. I don't know how many videos I need for this. I'll do like 6. Cells. Yeah, cells. Work. Workout. Let's do workout. Let's do jogging. I like jogging. Jogging is always just a good one in my opinion. To save you. Okay, my friend Body didn't react to my meme. Come on, underneath you was. How long is it gonna take to download? I can do the subtitles in the meantime then. And 2. Title 1. What? Not a single clip of warp seed stars coming at you? What kind of deal is this? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, you want like in Star Wars? I could probably do one of those too. Hold on. It's mostly covered, so it's kind of like a background thing, but if you want that, I can add that. You just reduce this down. Warp speed stars. Do this one. I don't like that one. I want a classic, like the get more colorful with it actually. It's like an isekai fucking. It's like an isekai fucking either flying toasters or stars coming at you at warp speed. Fucking. I like old 80s screensaver. Hold on. I really like that. Hold on. Old Windows screensaver. These are all gonna be vertical. 12 hours. I just wanted one. $3D pipes. I want 3D pipes. Don't stop, get a drink, throw up in the kitchen sink. I don't wanna feel anything. I'm sorry. Past my limits. I'm not good, babe. I'm fine. Wait, where did it say? A drink, throw up in the kitchen sink. I don't wanna feel anything. Get a drink, throw up in the kitchen sink. Alright, this one, and jogging. This one. This one. All these video clips, are we seeing what's inside your head? Yeah, essentially. Gotta keep that TikTok audience on their toes. That's where I want the screensaver video to go. I don't know where it went though. Oh, there it is. Last breath that I've been. I'll do that last. Okay, that was the wrong one. Be doing this one. Okay, okay, and then like maybe like okay. Question, how many hours do you end up putting into your short TikTok post? Like an hour each, I'd say. If I'm focused, an hour each. Sometimes it'll be like 30 minutes or less though. If I'm doing something like, so for V highlight, I'd say like an hour. V stars an hour. Did you know can be an hour plus, because that one's more of like an actual informative video where all of the content that I'm getting, I have to like research and find in other places and find where it's interesting. Whereas like V stars and V highlight, I'm taking from other places. I'd say the shortest is roll for fun though, because the only thing on in the background is the trailer of the game. And then Vibe and Shine takes a little bit of work, but not a lot, because it's using it is using TikToks that I like. So, you know. Did you know definitely takes the longest, but then the other ones are like less than an hour most of the time, unless I'm distracted. Well, sometimes I get distracted and then I don't finish what I'm working on right away. But most times we do pretty good. Most time we're pretty good about it. I want to be me. Is that not all? But I don't mind, because it's kind of like my day job. I mean, to be fair, it's like my only job right now. Actually, speaking of job, I need to check my email. I have to blur this because it might have sensitive information. It can be due to let's see, or what Twitch server you're connected to. Nope. Even hep. Hi Joker, welcome back. Put this in Enshrined. I'm gonna put this in Enshrined. Put this in Enshrined. I'm gonna put this in Enshrined. I don't know what I'm doing. I forgot. I was trying to distract you. No, please distract me. Honestly, asking about it helps me kind of refocus on it in a weird way, if that makes sense at all. So it kind of helps. Because then I'm like, oh, I should be doing the thing that I'm talking about or that you're asking about. So that way, when you ask about it, I can show you. Or, like, it's just relevant what's on the screen. Otherwise, I kind of just jibber jabber. And then it's like, The two less populated ones. But it also depends on where you live. I'm gonna share info with you on here. I gotta look up something. To see how to pick the best OBS Twitch server estimate. Also, I want to look into Meld Studio. It's apparently the new OBS. Works with streamer bot. Does Sammy work with it? I don't think it does. So unfortunately, I won't be able to move to it because a lot of my shit bases itself on Sammy. I do like that it has horizontal and vertical streaming setups, though. Okay. Okay. Not working. Auto works by pinging all available. Servers then selects the shortest ping time, which is usually the closest. Sometimes it's not. With auto, you're guaranteed the fastest server. Depending on your location. A ping essentially sends auto since they don't have any issue. Thank you for the song request, Kiwi. What was the bitrate thing? It's like a program for it. I'll put this on a notepad for me later. Seems like if you don't want to get too deep in an auto is fine. Use this thread if you want to read more. Another good tool I used is this guy. Twitch bandwidth test. The video explains it pretty good. Cool. Alrighty. Food. Cookies. Photos. Oh, Girl, my nose is just. Oh. Ooh. I think I found her on TikTok and Spotify said this was a new song. I like it. There was one that I saw. Hold on. What was it called? It's called Copacetic. Copacetic. What the fuck is the word? Copacetic? This one. Hold on. I'm just gonna pause this really quick so you guys can hear this. Boop. Hi, Pixels! This song comes out apparently on the 1st, I think? When is the song coming out? Copacetic. Not yet. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think it's on August 1st. How we doing? I'm doing okay. I'm doing pretty okay. I'm doing pretty great. Pretty poggin', actually. I'm not bad. I'm pretty alright. Need a snack or anything? I would love a snack. How are you doing? How was your meeting? Your meeting, Goob? Download. Okay. Good, we got a lot done and then vented a bit and talked about future events. Understandable. Ooh, actually, I'm gonna try that for this video. I'm gonna try keeping the background different. And that workspace, scripts, comp, snap captions. Color generate. Okay. Render. Boop, boop. Save. Render this bad boy. This bad boy after that bad boy. No rush. Thank you. I think I might edit the facial rigging test as well while I'm at it. But I'm already here. I'm already here and I'm already editing things and I kind of want to. It'd be one less thing to do on Thursday. But you guys don't know, on Thursday, I don't know if Gordy's done anything to advertise that he's doing this. What the fuck? He's doing a dating show. I don't think he's talked about it. It's called Haunted Hearts. And I'll be there doing that on Thursday. What we're doing, I don't really know. But it'll be fun. Unless you're pooping. So failure, a good amount of your calories are burned from your brain eating itself. I think this one I want to rotate. Where does GIF go? Oh. Okay. Brain rot content is the only thing. Including your mind, impulsive thoughts, daydreams, and even everything your brain does to keep you alive creates waste with nowhere to go. What does the old hamster wheel do to gorl math? Its way to healthy living. Flashbang. Metrocyte. Cool science stuff. Make something out of cells at work. Targets are hunted down and swallowed. Flushing them out of your body. And it's not just the garbage. And years ago, printing. It's in garbage. Get rid of things. Get rid of things that you never think about. I like to imagine there's a eating all the brain, like Cookie Monster, and even smaller ones, getting all the crumbs. Also, these are loud. Cool. Cool. What's happening? What's happening? Huh? Good. I can turn off AC. Oh, it's on dry. Oh. Okay. Do you use the Spartan weapons mod? Would you have any? Do you know what that is? Spartan's weapon mod.
If it's the one I think it is, yes, but there's a few more mods.
This one. I added a new one though, I think.
Yeah, I'd have to look at what we have in the server to tell you if that's the one or if it's a different one that I like, because I do like the ones that add like all the different sword types. Those are like some of my favorites. But I can't remember if that's Spartan weapons or not.
Because I added multiple. I added Spartan Weaponry, Ice and Fire, Spartan Weaponry, Twilight Forest, and added.
I think that's the one.
Okay.
And yeah, unless there's a different mod that adds a bunch of weapons, I think that's the one.
Also, is certain pages because of the add-ons. Applied energetics. Okay. Okie dokie. I just added the Ice and Fire because then it adds. We have Ice and Fire on the server.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, so it adds like dragon-based ones, and then the Twilight Forest, which makes weapons that work with the Twilight Forest.
So if we have multiple other than Spartan weapons, like do we have a separate weapon mod other than Spartan weapons? Okay, yeah.
That's our main weapon mod.
Yeah, because I think having a main weapon mod.
Yeah.
I know in the past, I don't know if it was you, but I picked them up that there was like 3 different weapon mods that went to the same different.
Yeah, we've expanded combat, which is the same. Expanded combat. Combat mod. Gallery. River's Gauntlets, shields, melee weapons. Yeah, so this one has like less. It's more like the bow one.
But does this one do anything else other than just the items?
I think it just does like the bow stuff, and then like it has a scythe, a katana. That's reading from sword, scythe, hammers, and maces. But I think Spartan weaponry has more than.
Yeah.
It's going to hold me off in making a better source. So if you get that storage mod because I found some. Ooh. Which is the. And we are replacing. Technically, the update is ready. So I can't tell if we need to do any improvements. Ooh! Gore streaming. Goblin gore is streaming. Look at what Ellie made. Ellie made this cute thing. It's cute. It's a little dinosaur and a little treasure chest.
That is a thing.
That's a girl. It's you, baby. Also, we have D&D on Saturday. I pinged Havoc to make sure. So Havoc's Rain is gonna be playing from her mom's house. You're just a girl. I am just a girl. I'm just a girl with my tail and a pen and snackies in a minute, right? In a minute. I'm just a girl that's about to get some pressures. You're cute. Oh, I didn't put my inverted Z on. There we go. Hugging tail while snacking. Yeah. My fingers. I'm not cute. You are. I mean, we're some pretty cute video editors, if you ask me. Maybe 55? Okay, that's good. We're some pretty cute video editors, content creators, teehee. Teehee. With a little lurking. Great stream. God damn it. Could be big by old worst. It'd be the 28th. Stream. Okay. What was I doing? I think I was doing Vibe and Shine next. And then I'll do other stuff. Yeah, Vibe and Shine, and then I think I want to edit the trend video and then go from there. Maybe do like some 3D art, I think, is my plan. I feel like I want to burp. I have a burp in my soul. Where do you post these, by the way? TikTok and YouTube. YouTube's on a bit of a delay, so like, I've been told if you post the same thing on multiple platforms, it kind of cannibalizes its own views. So I post like 3 Da Vinci, yeah, we use Da Vinci. But braid. But so my main YouTube channel has everything, but it's on like a 3-week delay. And then otherwise everything else gets posted to TikTok like same time? I work on videos a week ahead of time. I need to find both your TikTok and YouTube. Guess what? It's just maincoow. It's just maincoow. My brain. My brain. I'm gonna try 31. Cool. Actually, I didn't see if this was placed correctly. I found her. I found her. Did you know it should be 4? I found her. I think the zoom is more important. Aww! Wait, I gotta make sure I'm sub to you. Switch account. This one. pretty sure I'm subbed to you. What? No, I switched accounts. Go back. Go back, I want to be monkey! Oh, there's comments. I'm so bad at comments on YouTube community. Amazing. Any chance I get to hang out. I want to take a picture of this because this made me cry the other day. Thank you, raccoon. Okay. Continue to do my best. Wait, there was something else Mr. Raccoon messaged on. I think it might have been on my other channel. Yippee! Yippee! How come I don't get the thingy? Oh, fine. I want to call you back. I'll look you up. Hold on. Give. Wait, what? What's your thing? Ah, there we go. Follow back. Ha ha. Ha ha. I figured it out. Oh, it's not the thing I thought it was. That's fine. Twitch mobile is so alright. Rip. Yeah, it is. It sucks. It's ass. Fucking ass. Thank you. Of course, thank you. Thank you for following me. It means a lot. Oh, I forgot what I was doing again. I think we're okay now. Yeah, okay. Now we go to garbage tray 31. Okay. And then this guy. Robinson. Walk. It's public walk. Something to talk. Something to talk. How's your day been, Elaine? It's been pretty good. My computer crashed, but other than that, we're doing pretty good. The government, not the government. I don't know what to call it. Something in the air doesn't want me to have my medication, but I'll get it. I'm gonna get it. They can't stop me. I don't know if I've done this one. Probably have. I don't really mind. Real broke. Clip operations, replace clip selected with Vibe and Shine 31. Elmo. Yeah, shit. Oop. And then replace. You like a bottom me. Clip operations replace. And then I just gotta fix the cropping on this one. Alrighty. Going over the garlic powder. I want to eat it. In my mouth. Hi, Prinsu! Hi, you! Oh, dang, I just realized we're 15 hours apart. But you're close. We may physically be 15 hours apart, but you're always going to be close to my heart. Did I do it? Did I riz you? Hi, Diva. How are you? Are you having a good day? Was work okay? Have a good worky day. Hope you did. You're delirious. Thank you for the cheek, Pap Sheppy. Work was insane, but I'm alive. I'm glad you're alive. I'd be very sad if you weren't alive, I'm gonna be honest with you. Dang. Did I riz ya? Did I do it? I gotta practice for Thursday. I gotta try to be the true Rizzler. I think my thing. So like, listen, it's pretty warm this morning. The thing is, on the game show or the dating show or whatever, I bet everybody's gonna try to be sexy or funny, right? Because like I don't really know the people, but they look cool. Their designs are cool, so I feel like they're gonna try to be sexy or funny, like do the Dommy Mommy voice or something. Because one of them's I think a lady with big boobies, and I'm just gonna be like, "Hi, how are ya?" I want to be awkward. I want to be charmingly awkward. Is my plan. Because that's how I am in real life. I'm just charmingly awkward, I feel like. Charmingly oopib. This guy. I'm just gonna make sure that the cropping is good on this. Top 78 and 131. That's an awesome plan, thank you. Easy, 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 easy. Hopefully this works. Lions Game Show, right? Hi! Hi! Yeah, pretty much. I'm good on. I'm pretty sophisticated when I'm a host, but now that I'm not the host, it'd be very interesting. I need you to stretch. There you go. I hate that they put blue text on top of the orange. I'm gonna zoom in on this, I guess. Make it look easy. Damn, my brain thought you were really going to leave the ST out of host. Listen, it's not that type of game show a lot of the times. Routine. Sometimes I do be the hoe and host, but that's just because I got big titties. She's gaming us, but not that way. So mesmerizing watching you edit. Thank you. Thank you. Speed. Oh, that's only because that's just because this Vibe in China is really fast because I am referencing other videos, and that's like the main content is the other videos. It's like a daily dose of internet. 100% support big tibbies. Good. Good. It's like half of my personality, I think, sometimes. Big tibbies. Big tibbies. I'm gonna rename my stream that. Big tibbies. Big tibbies. Not sure. Oh, I forgot to do the thing. I will do that next. Snap captions. Generate. Wrong one. There we go. I just gotta wait for this to go off so that way I don't crash it. I don't crash my computer. And then after this, I'll do a skit and then be good. Computer. Ah, good job, computer. Yes. Huh? Adjacent. Okay. Computer. Computer, catch up. Well, I'm gonna go to bed. I had a long day of work. Not long. Give me. Have you been using? How long have you? I have made a combined experience of less than 1 month and one. Ow. Good night, Sheppy. Good night. Wait, I could do the wave. Why? Good night. Thank you for the alert. Oh shit. For me, it's been almost a year. It'll be a year once winter starts coming. I think. I could be wrong. Hold on. Alright, where's the first video I edited? Where is it? It was this one. Yeah, in October. October! You're right, it's October. October, it will be a year in October. Since I started doing this full time for not full time pay. Yippee! Lookouts. Winter like January, nah. Now it's October. I thought it was December. You can't watch over their own kingdom. To be completely honest, I don't know if this little guy even has a brain cell to watch things, but at least he's downright adorable. Flying from the kingdom of the jungle, over to the desert. I'm definitely gonna watch often to learn tips and tricks. Yeah, and you can always message me. We also have in the Discord, we have the studio. We have a studio chat where you can ask for help. They're like the Noble 18th and the Oso Soviecto. I'm pretty sure I'm saying that wrong. So Oso is like they are an editor for quite a few VTubers that I know. So if you ever want help from them, they could give good advice, and so can Noble. And you know, my DMs are always open, so you get to witness what it's like when a sandstorm occurs right after a settling snowstorm. And I gotta say, it looks tasty. Like ice cream, red chocolate powder. You give me. I want to eat. I don't care what you say. Does holding your tail help you focus? Yes. Yeah, it's an emotion. It's like an emotional support animal, you know. It needs to be in my mouth. In the mouth. Ahem. Speaking of tasty treats, look at this pig named Duncan. Me rolling over to the studio and your DMs. They're always open. He's a retired show pig. And I don't know if anyone else realized this, but that's a big pig. He's so big, but just as cute. And he gets to eat all the oatmeal cream cookies he wants. And I hope And I hope he gets more in the future. And maybe that's what I need, an emotional support. Exactly. Mm-hmm. And you could take that however you want. You know, it could be a little support, emotional support booty. You know, if that's how you're feeling, you know. Alright, cool. Close that guy. That guy is done. Ready for rendering. It's our fastest one of today because I didn't get distracted like 10 times doing him. Alright, and then we'll do this one too. We'll do this one. And then I will leave tomorrow with this one, and then Thursday with these two, I think. Unless I want to do one of the other ones. I kind of... I don't know what I want to do. Because these... Well, for fun's pretty easy. I feel... One pretzel? Cause like tomorrow, I think we might be tired though. Should we do cache cleaning simulator and then we can do cyanosis on Thursday and then club quiz and facial rigging? Yeah, maybe we should. Even though I kind of don't wanna. Take tibbies is hard. It can be hard. It can be hard. But that's what anime girls on the internet are for. That's what I'm for, you know? I got tig old biddies and I'm here to support. You know? Oops. I'm here to help support. I'm second monitor content, you know? Alright, I gotta do the bit. How long is this video? 38. Okay. I can't see right through, don't you know? This one? This one, this one, this one, this one? Right, that didn't fuck anything. And then do this one, put it here. Elaine, I need a random opinion. You got it. What's up? What is up? Wait, it should be like... Okay, thank you. Thank you. What? They taste bad. I think so. I ate one and then it like pooped in my mouth.
This one doesn't. You have to eat the hard ones, not the soft ones.
It was a hard one.
Did that one taste okay?
Yeah. Pixel's forcing me to eat grapes. Yum 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 yum. I want the potato to not be hard so I can eat it.
You tear it open a little too faster.
Okay. It's hot. Ow. It's okay. So maybe not hypothetically completely not me for a friend of a friend's cousin, but yeah. If you were going to be a werewolf mailman, what would your name on social media? Mutt mail sounds nice. Mutt mail does sound nice. Thank you. Oh, woo mail. I feel like full moon something, you know? Words for mail. Words for mail. Ooh. One collab could be good. Dire Dispatch. Like a dire wolf. Dire Dispatch. The Express. I thought of like, yeah, yeah, Express could be good. Pupper Parcels. Mm. Mm. Post Pup could be good. Trying to think of what else. Okay. Bye. I really like Mutt Mail. Mutt Mail isn't bad, I'm gonna be honest. Especially if that's like kind of like the personality you're going for. When it absolutely positively has to be there for before the full moon. Yeah, that could be your tagline. That could be a good tagline. What Cole said. Main thing was I wasn't sure if I wanted an actual first name in the surname, in the username. And that's valid. I will say it's a lot easier for people to like address you if it's in like your username. So if you're like for example, if the name was Preston, you could be Press Post, and you could be people call you Pressed or Preston. You have a name for the character? You think of things with the name of the character. No. So that's the only downside of having like a branded name, like mine is a maincoow. Not at all. This is something I've been workshopping for almost 2 months. Valid. Valid. If you think of a name, let me know. But Mutt Mail is good. But then, if you're called Mutt Mail, you have to understand that people are gonna call you Mutt. Like, hey, what's up, Mutt? If they don't know you, so you have to be willing to be okay with that. Saggy Express. It's another word for full moon. For full moon. Ooh, K9 delivers. In FFS, I used to go by Xander. So I thought about just reusing that Xander Express, but I didn't like it enough. I do like the name Xander, and if that's the case, I think you should just do Express. Because then it goes with your thing. Xander Express. Yeah, no, I really like the, if you just do Express with Xander, I think that would be good. And then you could have, like, your logo could have a moon with, like, an X cut out of it. Could be cool. Honestly, it depends on the vibe. If you want, like, a more, like, serious, edgy vibe, then it changes it, unless you want, like, a cute vibe. Canine Courier would be cute. That would be cute. That would be cute. That'd be very cute. I should write that one down. That was a pretty good one. this isn't moving fast enough. Hold on. Pop music. Pop music. I just had my snack. I'm very happy. I got spicy meat, so I'm very happy now. All it has to be liking us. That's actually really good too. That was loud as a motherfucker. Oops. And then I put a really shitty looking bag of money right here. I want like a golden sun ray. I think I have one of those in my resources. I could you come around tonight. Might be an enemy. I hope any of this helped, by the way. I apologize if it was kind of meh, but I hope some of it helped. Patience. Do I have just images? No, it has helped. I've been pitching it around. No, that's valid. That's a good idea, honestly. Pitch it around. Honestly, canine couriers is kind of like stuck in my head. But be careful with K's. Be careful with K's. That's all I have to say. Be careful with K's. Don't add another one. don't whatever you do. That's why there's only two. Okay, good. Just making sure we're on the same page, you know. Don't want you to get canceled day one for your name. Page download. Hey y'all, if you be liking what you see here, but don't know where to go. Okay, Pixels. Pixels is really selling your stuff. Pixels knows. Maybe Pixels want to be a werewolf VTuber. You want to be a werewolf VTuber, Pixels? That's what I'm learning. Sugar. Elaine doesn't want me to do that. I'm gonna be real with you, dog. We're kind of at a point where I don't think I get a pick. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think I get a pick at this point. No, financially, maybe like a year ago, sure, I'd be able to pick, but not now. Not now. If this is a path that you need to go down, I can't hold it against you. Yeah, these actually look good. Gary, you're gonna have to show me what your character looks like, though, at some point. Mario's gonna have to sell toe beam picks. I know. Right, okay, but you have to put that you have a girlfriend in your bio everywhere. That's the only way. I get shadow banned by all the time. I reckon this many puns. I don't know. A lot of people like it. I like a tasty pun. As long as it's tasty, though. If it's not tasty, I don't like it. Clip operations replace. Now I need to do this one. This one needs to be 0.73, negative 3 something? I forgot what it was. Negative 183. Oh, negative 183. There we go. Time to follow. Huh? 39,320. 39,320. Retain. Zoom out. Now let's see how well this lines up with my video. Oops. This one. Scoot it. Fair, different audiences. My hypothetical werewolf would be targeting middle-aged widows on the blue site, and the no, you're not allowed anymore. Nope, you're not allowed anymore. I'm not allowed to do it anymore. I ban you. Saddening, I keep disconnecting. Oh, I'm sorry. I am sorry. That's because he's mine. Listen, there's a barrier to wealth, alright? You know, it's not, listen, alright? I understand. He probably could make millions of dollars. But I'm a jealous motherfucker, and if anyone comes into his DMs that I don't know about, let's just say I'm not gonna be a happy camper. That or I'd cry, and my therapist would have a lot to talk to me about. Okay, we have not hit rock bottom yet. This is true. Go on Steam. I feel like this could have been cropped more. 38 for huh? I think that's right. There we go. And then we just need to do get music. bit. Cool. Cool. Now, workspace, scripts. How's the editing going? Good. I'm finishing up my last video for today. How are you doing? How is your day? Current color. You having a good day? I hope so. I'm just vibing. I'm vibing now. Might do 3D art after this. Feeling like some 3D art. Got 4 cookies made, so I'm a little tired. Understandable. Understandable. Yum. Yum, 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 yum. Workspace, scripts, comp, snap captions. Base? Yeah. Alright. That guy. That's a lot of points. You just gotta lurk. You could lurk. You could use the Twitch lurker thing. You could use the Twitch lurker Chrome extension or Brave extension. And then when I go live, it'll automatically make you lurk in my channel. It's pretty cool. Not sponsored, by the way. I learned about it yesterday and I thought that was cool. Yeah. The what? I never knew that existed. I didn't know until the other day. What the cool milk kid? Yeah. Where is it? So this essentially, you favorite people and then it'll automatically open a muted tab of like people that you like. So I have that and I have to go through it and favorite people. But yeah, it's pretty neat. It's pretty like just yeah, it's nice. It's nice. You should get it. I haven't tried it too extensively, but I like it. I think it'll work. That's great. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I don't... Yeah, I have to sort through this. But I will get there eventually. See, most of my favorite streamers go live when I'm at work. Ah. See, that's why you have it open on your computer, and then your computer should automatically do it. And then bam, you're good. Oh my god, I'm like getting warm. Wait, turn this fan. This fan is not at me anymore, actually. That's why I'm warm. I just got hit with a bag of money. I can at most watch one stream on mobile size. That's valid. That's valid. I heard you should clean. Let's go laundromat. Check it. Clean it. Sort it. And ship it. Into a life. Low level. Kelly, my PC on my... Oh, valid. With a particular... If you want, if you're okay with leaving it muted, you could use multi-twitch. And then you can just mute it. Like... And then I could do... Oh, I did it wrong. I did it wrong. God damn it. The birdie, Mew, the mermaid. Yeah, and then they're just here. And they're automatically muted, so you could just lurk. There's so many awesome tools. Yeah, that's something else I need to do. I want to make a toolbox. So that way I can share things like this. Speciality. When your underworld contacts need dirty money to come back, squeaky clean, they call you. Each delivery is different, arriving in bags, boxes, or stuffed into mattresses. It's your job to retrieve it all. Identify any problems like dirt, blood, or counterfeit bills. And Get to work. Find the best results. Do your job well, or whatever it takes to reap the rewards. God damn it. The rewards am I? You can play it at your pace. Whether you want to just turn your brain off. Good brain with all the math. And grab cash. Your biggest money dreams. Money clean. Did I say money clean dreams? Did I say money clean dreams? God damn it, did I say money clean? It's biggest clean money dreams. Okay, well, I'm not gonna go back to fix that. That's my bad. This is actually not bad. Settings. Save close. Won't you come? Wash away the rain. Alright, cool. This one and these 4 videos are now done for today. Boop. Save. And tomorrow I will do this one, club clips, and then the trendy one. We be pogging. Save. Oh, else this need to go downhill. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Alright. What am I doing now? Stuff and things. Save. No club revisited. What I gotta do in here? Separate plants, make vine greener. I'm gonna take a little stretch break. I'm gonna stretch and get some more water and just take a little break from the computer. I shouldn't be too long, but I'm just gonna get a stretch break since I've been sitting here for a while. If you guys need a stretch break, please get a stretch break. I love you guys so much. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, okay? Unless you're going to go take a stretch break, which you should. Be right back. Okay, I'm back and my balls are about to drop because fucking it's hot in here. It's hot in here, bro. It's hot. It's hot. And I went to go wash my hands and I looked down and I got a boo boo on my boobie. I got a boo boo on my boobie. Make me sad. I put a band-aid on it. It's not what I expected to put a band-aid on today. A band-aid on my emotion, but not a band-aid on my boobie. My poor boobie. Alright, what's happening? What's me doing? Should we play Outlast Trials? This is a raid. Oh shit. I'm not following. Oh my god. Oh shit. Believe. Oh my god, I can't spell. Please.
Oh, bang!
Oh shit! Hello, Alchemist Rat Scratch! Rat Scratch. Hi! How was your stream? Let me follow. Sorry, my bad. Oh, hello! Hi. Oh wait, shit. My thing don't do the thing that I want it to do when it need to do the thing. Hello! It was fun. It was doing some art. Fuck yeah, guys. Go follow. Wait. Okay. Go follow Alchemist Rat Scratch if you haven't. They're amazing. Anybody that writes is amazing. So, we were just getting ready to do our art stuff for today. I hope you had a wonderful time. Oh, sweet. Wait, I want to check something. I gotta check something because I have a toggle. I'm supposed to wave. With both arms. It's not on. Fuck, it's not on. Yo, I'll lurk from some arts. Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. For those of you who don't know me, hi, my name's Elaine. I gotta mute this. My brain is like exploding. Hi, my name's Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I make TikToks about other VTubers, and I'm a silly goober that does a bunch of other things. But I hope you had a good time on your stream. Thank you for the lurk and thank you for the raid. We're gonna do what we're gonna do. We are going to do some 3D art. Yes. After I figure this thing out, though. So, this is a manual trigger. So, this is, oh, yep, okay. Do I have to oh, I don't have that thing open anymore. What? Huh? Wait, no, I have it. Where is it? Oh, it's Sammy Briz right there. Okay. This guy got a create button. VTube Studio. Move model. Okay, hold on, wait. I think I have to... Yeah, okay. Move model. I don't know what I'm supposed to... This one doesn't... Oh, I can't read this. This doesn't work super well, mainly because you have to do a lot of trial and error to get the numbers just right. Good luck changing the... Ugh, fuck. Okay. I'll just save this myself. Big main. Hotkey. Move model select. Okay. And then we can delete this guy. And then bring this back on in. We can do VTube Studio, send hotkey, please make a selection. Oh shit. 2. Request a hotkey. What? Do I have to authenticate? Oh, yeah, I do. Okay. Kira watashi wa shita. It's at the bottom. My wrist kind of hurts. You are the karata. Main. Okay, so now if I go regular, duplicate, paste, I'm looking for wave. Oh. Nope. Waving both. And then paste. And then regular. Was it like default? Yeah, default. Save. This should be running every time I open Twitch. I don't know why it doesn't. Because I automated it to be so. Oh, no, I'm not. It doesn't work that way, does it? So I think it's because it's not waiting. Almost stop. Like 10 seconds? I wanted to wait like 10 seconds. 10 seconds to mess. This one. Okay, cool. Well, stop. And then I want it to, yeah. 30 seconds? No. Like a minute? When I really want to zig my future. Alright. What's up, raiders? I'm pretending that this is a raid. How's it going? Blah 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 blue 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 blue. I think this will be great. I think it'll be fine. I think I can talk in 60 seconds. I think I'll be okay. Eloquent intro, thank you. I realize if you'll be my lover. Where is it? That's the way. Blah 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 blue. Hold on. Sorry, I was editing something, so it doesn't want to go off.
How are you?
Actually,
I am under the water.
I am under the water.
Please help me. Here too
Please
much
help
raining.
me. Okay. Was that really a minute? 60 seconds is a minute. Yeah, I guess so. So. Never end. You won't be my lover. You have got to see. You're so easy. There's no way here. Oh, I should label this. Raid trigger. This heart is all around. Be my lover. You gotta get with my friends. Can last forever. Friendship never ends. I gotta check one thing. This one. That's the way it is. I don't know if that was the same. Alright. Sound is all around. There we go. Okay, cool. It does work. Okay. And then edit triggers. And then this will trigger on Twitch raid. So if I get rated, minimum, maximum. There really shouldn't be a maximum. Holy maincoow, the jiggle. Yeah, I got a bunch of jiggle physics. What is this one's? It's different. Edit appearance. Edit appearance. Save. Cool. So, but I love her now. Right. I remember what we're doing. I remember. I'm with you after just one touch. Your move has got me stuck. Bum 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 bana bana bum bum bana bum bum bum. Bana bum 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 bum. On my blankie again. On my blankie, because I put the AC back on. I'm on my blankie. On my blankie. Alright. Oh my god, so many windows. Nah. Oh, that's where that went? Whoops. What? What? Okay, and then do I have an export of Biff? Because I think I kind of want to make a doll too. My pixels are dolls. Who am I? Better come nice. All I gotta do? What I do, yeah. Center pivot. Oh, you have like a lullaby. There's something within your mind. UV shell. Layout UVs. This is going to be glow. Export. Revisited textures. Glow. Glow effect. Heels, nails, legs, mascara. I'll check for my napalm error. Save and then. Something in your mind. And then. Dun. That's a gremlin. That's a Biff. Oh, voice unwavering. Do I not have a folder in here called plushies? I do! What the fuck? want you down. Dun dun dun. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. And as plush. Okay. Why is it locked? Don't be locked. I was like, maybe I won't do all 4 sides, but just in case I will. So I'm not sitting here like, damn, I regret that I didn't do all 4 sides as a reference. Because the last time I tried to do this, I was like, man, this sucks dog water. But this time, I have a plan. And the plan is that I'm going to sketch over them. So that way I have a plan of what the doll should look like. Because, like, for example, Pixels has very, like, swoopy hair. He has very fluffy hair. And, like, yeah, hard to model if just out of brain. So not gonna just do it out of brain. Over here, just gonna scoot my tablet over here. I also want to. Oh, I'm actually. Well, I also want to make a slug. I want to make a slug, brother. I want to make a slug. Make a slug first. Actually, I just realized something. BZ slug, down slugs. Okay, it's based off of their hair. Slugs are based off of hair. Oh, she got pretty purple eyes. Oh, that didn't work the way I wanted it to. And then close curve. Down, 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 down. Actually, I did this wrong. It should be down here. I'm gonna do this. Make our antennas white. I think the eyes are actually supposed to be this purple. I'm gonna steal someone's horns. Who's got horns? Actually, I think no one has horns like this. Never mind. Put this over here. This would go in front of this one. Look. It's too purple. Oh. Blue. The outer color. And this one go on top. I don't want to make the mouth. I don't know if it'll stand out super well, but I kind of want to make the mouth the way that they have the lip color. Give. Okay. Oh yeah, and the blush. I love you. Ooh, they have like these little, they have like little teardrop earrings. Ooh. Those curves. Gradient. I love this song. Oh my god. Give it like little spikes. Make this color. Tiny little spike. Just make a circle so I can know where to put stuff. This one here. I'll make this thicker. And if I put this in the body, it can look like a little choker. Oops. Our projects. Slug. More VT slug. Projects, 2D art. Oh, why did I close Affinity? I still need that. Oh. Date. Hi, Boffy. How you doing? Why is it not doing the thing I want it to do? No! No! Bruh. Thank you. Oh! Oh my god, there we go. How you been? I'm pretty good. I'm okay. How you doing? How are you doing, buddy? You been eating good? You been eating good? Oh, plushie. Plushie sketch face. I'm doing okay. Something the matter? Even a little too good. You can never eat too good. I don't believe in that. No such thing as eating too good, buddy. Is that the Markiplier? Morning, madame. Hello, Kieran. How are you doing on this fine day? How you doing? How you doing? Let's see. All right. Boffy the Mark? Boffy the Mark? Alright, my favorite thing to reference for pixels is always gonna be Yoko-Cola's art. Tried to wake up and boot up the brain? Oh, I hope you slept well. Did you sleep good? Did you sleep the good? But I has coffee. That's good. Coffee's always nice. The thing's happening below me. Always on top. Look at that nerd. Yeah, I love this nerd. I had some amazing nerds draw this guy. Fortunately, not really, but it's alright. Well, I'm here. You got huggies for me. I'm happy to give hugs. I also like this one, though, too. Actually, I should do it like... He's got himself on his shoulder now. Okay, cool. Like that. Cause the hairline on let me bring my mouse back. God damn, we're listening to a good song. The hair on this one is a bit more accurate than the hair on the one that Yoko-Cola did, but I like how fluffy Yoko-Cola did it. Okay, so we're kind of planning for the... And I gotta plan it in, like, big shapes, not little shapes. So we want to do, like... This is gonna be the most probably custom shape. It is this. This hair doesn't really work like this, does it? Like Americans. It doesn't work like this. Son of a bitch. I really hate hair really don't work like that, but that's okay. Hoping to kind of enjoy the wild world today. I've been kind of sleeping, keeping to myself the last few days. That's understandable. The world can be tiring. You need a little time for yourself to decompress. I mean, I took a little bit of a... I wouldn't say a hiatus from collabs, because I have one with you tomorrow. We're going to play Paranormal Cleanup, but... I definitely am a bit burnt on doing, like, really big collabs. Like, anything more than 4 people, and my brain go, Gordy being an exception because I already said yes to his dating show before I knew how many people were gonna be there. To be fair, I signed up for it, and then he's like, "You want to be on it?" And I was like, "Sure." Not knowing how many people would be. It's not that it doesn't seem like that many. I think it's like 5, including Gordy. So I don't think it's the worst. It's hard to explain. Something about you, boy. UK government wild and lately kind of bringing me down. No, that's valid. Yeah, and like honestly, if that's bringing you down, that's valid, and you should, you know, take care of your mental health. You need like time away from the internet just because like of all the shit. Like, valid. I don't know how I want to do like his side hair. I did him. I made pixels like once, and then I deleted the file by accident. Not by accident, but like anger, because this wasn't really going the way I wanted it to. But I'm trying again. Yeah, now I'm trying my re-entry. Re-entry into your mom. And then I think this can just be an extension. My mom? Yeah, your mom. Your mom. Your one and only, your mama. BRB, I'm gonna switch my phone to my phone so I can stretch out in bed. Sounds good. She would never. She might. You asked? She might. Let's do this. Maybe more like that. So maybe more like this. And then another, it's like a smaller one, so it'd probably be like this. It would just be like a smaller version of this one. And then I'd probably draw in this hairline here, probably. That, or it'll be covered by like this patch here. And then that's what the crown will be. I'll probably do like a shorter variant of what I did on the other side. Go. I think I should do the beard first, so that way I can lay the hair on top of it after. Now this is like crooked, but it just helps me get the idea across. And then we're gonna do hoobie. Hoobie. So like, I think I could just take... Yeah, I could probably just take the hood that I made for Biff and slap it on here. And then... Let's see, how are we gonna do the back of the head? So, it'd be like this. So I'd probably just make concentric. They finally added cannibalism to peak? What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean they added cannibal? What does this mean? You can eat your friends? Why? There's plenty of food sources. Friends die, you can eat? That's crazy. You'd have to get their body, though. This is not really how his hair works, to be fair. Not during the... Oh, that's valid. That is valid. This one, and then here. This is the moon. This is the temperature. Oh, I think I messed it up. Beard. Beard go like this. Comes to it till it comes. There we go. Now I need to move my tablet back. Need to make the side. Oh my god, it's so tiny. Why? Give me. Oops. There we go. In a safe place. In a safe place. 2, 3. And then I don't remember. I think it's like this. But then I do this. Oops. We'll be in a safe place. A safe place. Oops. I wonder what happens if I do this. Nope. Okay. Nope, nope, this is a bedtime song. So is this one. No! It's a good song. I think this is how I do hair. Duplicate. Actually, let's start like here. What about this? Oh. That's fine. World. Candles. World. I feel like this isn't the hair that I used on the Biff model. Let's see. Yep, this is a lot nicer than what I just made. Do I have the club? BG Biff? It might be in 3D art projects. I guess not. Monsters breakfast, chocolate couch cups. Like a pia edamame. Textures. Maybe not in there. What about in here? Hopefully or not. I'm fine with it. What is? It's not this, is it? Is it your mind? I don't think so. Oh my god. Oh, that's cat's fur. I was rumbling, it's only there. Everyone, someone make it to share. So, baby, but there you go. I know it might sound crazy, but dim sum paradise. Okay. I don't have it. That's fine. Out on the cute little cards. My Chinese friend. No. They know you are wide and I'm not. DIY white bootcut jeans tutorial. Click. Blade of dim sum soon I'll go. I guess I'll copy this. I think that just means I need to add more divisions, that's all. Dice. The noodles and rice. Shumai. What the fuck happened here? What? Some paradise. Balloon animal. Balloon animal. Okay, technically, in the other one, this shit don't exist. We gotta have fun. Baby, when you're done, gotta be the first to run. Where to? Don't get attached to any good news. Let me tell you. You got a pool. The fuck? Why is my keyboard not working? I think I need to reopen my Yep. That's how I feel. Is Maya opening? Maya? Number 4. Rule number 3, when you gotta pee. I thought that would be rule number 1 though. Wouldn't number 3 be chatting? Or Pishitting? Pishitting? It will take. Girls don't want our hearts to break. Why is it so jagged? Why are you so jagged? This is so weird. Oh, stop. Oh. That's so weird. Okay, then we'll do it this way. X-ray. Oops. Girl, don't you stop. Stop until you're my girl. Until you're my girl. What you want? Got a money back on me. Just stop thinking of me. I think technically this was supposed to be a rigid form. There we go. I like that. Ooh, 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 ooh. Honey, honey pie, honey, honey. Honey, honey, honey pie. Don't you stop. Stop until you're my girl. Won't stop until you're my girl. Find out what you want. Until you're my girl. Oh, what you stop. Marvin. Okay, maybe that's not supposed to be hard. Over here. Ew, what the fuck? Just stop. Please. English doesn't want to cooperate. Damn, I didn't know I listened to it that much. It's a good song. Has it been now? Oh no, as it feels like an eternity since I had you here with me, since I had to learn to be someone you don't know. To be with you in paradise, but I wouldn't sacrifice what you have to face the light. Somewhere I can go. Thank you for the head pat. This world alone. How long has it been now? don't know, feels like an eternity since I had you here with me, since I had to learn to be someone you don't know. With you in paradise, but I wouldn't sacrifice what you have to face the light. Somewhere I can go, but this world alone. Alone. It's an endless night, it's a starless sky, it's a hell that I go home. No longer by on the other side of the only light I know. Feels like an eternity since I had you here with me, since I had to learn to be someone you don't know. To be with you in paradise, but I wouldn't sacrifice what you have to chase the light. Somewhere I can go in this world alone. feel like I don't like the way that this looks. Maybe it's because it's too thin. Yeah. I don't know what it means. So I survived, I realized. Where you go, that's where I follow. Actually. Yeah, let's do that instead. You're not like last night. I wanna be like you. But it was hard. Oh shit, I cut off too much. Oops. Wanna hold you just for the night. Time with the smile. Oh, I was in the mood. Lost in the words that we speak. I don't even wanna do this anymore. I lost anyone worth fighting for. Wherever you go, that's where I'll follow. Nobody's promised tomorrow. I don't know why the camera does that, but that's okay. Mesh. Our world was ending. I'd be next to you. Next to you. Wrong way. Next to you. Far enough. Changing. Okay, maybe I made it too long. So this one would need to be shorter. I should never be alone. Someone to hold. It's so cold. She'd say, the world's not perfect and it's not that bad. Each other than we only had. Your hand, I'll be there for you. Even though it's not kind, I'll be fine. Hold your hand, I'll be there for you. Sketch time. Yeah, I was imagining that would be like the half. Sometimes we're hard. Even at the end love is stronger than the day first met. What? There for you. Love's not kind if we got each other. Your love will hold your hand. You should know I'll be there for you. For you. The reason I survived. Hate to see you cry. Hold by your side. It's not perfect, that it's not that bad if we got each other. Take. Oh man. Ooh. I like this is just a bit dramatic. What the fuck? Okay, that broke. That's another way I could do this. Fine, I'll do it this way. My way of life, you always way I know. My way of life, only thing I know. Baby, your way of life. Alright. Rigging. I'm gonna do like 4. I want to deal with my. What's wrong with your finger? What's wrong, Vexed? What happened to your fingy? The summer and the light. Just a little knife. You don't need to bleed all over it. Go vex. You gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Yeah, there you go. I might have over-engineered this, but I don't care. No, it doesn't hurt. I'm fine. As long as you're fine, I guess. Believe in God, but I Huh? Why is this no longer... Who took my fingers to her mouth, the kind of thing that makes strained. Nothing else has ever worked out. Maybe I've tried a thing, but not a stay. Kiss me on the mouth and like a sailor. Oh, that doesn't have enough. This is one of my favorite songs. It's a really good song. I too like it. The only thing I don't like is that this hair strand doesn't want to work for me. I don't know if this is working out well. Ooh. I'm not gonna do a thing. Ah, my eyeball. My eyeball. My ball that is my eye. The ball that is my eye. Okay. Okay, thanks. How to make simple hair Maya. This one. I feel like I've seen this tutorial before. Fuck. Oh yeah, I've so seen this before. Wait, you have Maya? I do. I am a 3D artist. That is my primary. Insane, that shit's so expensive. Not if you're a pirate. Oh, I see how they did it. Oh. 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 Well, fair, yep. Because I may or may not like their subscribing policies. You know? Because I like them to not mess up. No, that's valid, but to be fair, Maya's gonna do that regardless. Most of the stuff I pay for, like, DaVinci Resolve, I have a full thing for that. Like, I paid the fuck is it called? I paid a perpetual license for DaVinci Resolve. I paid a perpetual license for Affinity. A month! My god. My god, that's not nut for me. No. That is heinous. Wait, did they start with a... They start with a yeah, okay. I see. It's not at all what I wanted to press spacebar on. I'll buy software if I ain't renting a program. Yeah. Yeah. Gotta do away with those kind of services, man. I forgot how to do this. That's crazy. That's actually insane. That's disgusting. Trying to make the shape that this guy's making. Let me see. Okay, so I don't see what is happening. Okay, hold on. New one. And to be fair, Maya's a bitch, but it's pretty stable all in all. Wait, I'm already fucking it up. Okay, this way. Is there an easier way though? Be real with me. Is there an easier way? What's this? Cause like I like how they did it. I just want to use as many polygons. Oh my goodness. Okay, so they're kind of doing the same thing. Where they're like, okay. So, okay. Heck, Maya, for real. What's up, Womble? How you doing? Oh no, I fucked it up already. Also, my face tracking is being funny. It's like making me wibble wobble. Making me wiggle. I don't want to wiggle. No wiggling. No wiggling. Wait, how did they do this? And then they just kind of made it thinner. They make it thinner or did they make it smaller? Stop. Okay, they made it, and then they made it smaller. Okay, I'm about to get ready for bed, but just doing some business dealings first and lurking. Understandable. I hope you have a good lurking and good business dealings. I adore you and love having you around, and thank you so much for the lurk. I wish Blender UI wasn't made by aliens. Mood. Because I'm old and I don't like it. No! What happened to the chili oil? Vex, no! Vex, no! Okay, what about that? Okay, what about that, but like thinner? Okay, how does that look in low topology though? Like ass! It's okay though. Okay, wait, what the fuck did they just do? What the fuck did you didn't have those before. What the fuck did you just do? No, wait, hold on. Oh, I think he subdivided it. Oh, pour too much in the pot, but I can remove it. Oh, okay, that's good. They're trying to be sneaky. Try to be sneaky. I will not allow you to be sneaky. Not on my watch. Okay, so they just made like a holding edge in the middle. Okay. Make this a bit smoother. Okay. I want to listen to Eternity again. I'm gonna listen. I'm probably gonna do it. Alright. Hopefully this will work. Hair base. I love home cooking. I just be adding shit. You be doing, you be adding the wizardisms. Wizardism. Yes, I can eternity. Cooking like jazz. Yeah, you just feel out the vibes, bro. My face tracking is wiggling. Okay. Hide this one. Okay. Okay, so now how the fuck are they moving it though? Oh, they're very much just selecting vertices and like moving it around. Okay. Let's just, I'm gonna hide all this. We're just gonna focus on the parts that we want object. How the fuck did they do the thing? Hold on, how'd you rotate him? Oh, you did the whole thing. Okay, I'm stupid. Looks like we added cheap wine. No! No! I'm pretty sure this is what I did last time. And I got pissed off at it because I got a little too complicated a little too fast. With me, since I had to learn to be someone you don't know. To be with you in paradise, but I wouldn't sacrifice. Would you have to chase the light somewhere I can go? I want this world alone. Want this world alone. My wrist hurts. I am going to be 2 seconds because I am going to get my wrist brace really quick because I think I'm fucking up my wrist. So I'll be right back. I'm not gonna go beyond beer. I'll be right back.
Mom, where did you go at?
I have returned. I didn't go far. It's funny, I can hear you guys when I walk away because I have a wireless headset. That's fun. He's fun. Don't be scared. Why are you scared? Nothing is scary here. The only thing that could be the scariest is fucking my crippling tism. And that walked away for a second. Okay, this feels better. I think I put it on backwards though. Ah. I did. It's 5 a.m. and I was left alone with Hosier. Alex, Alex Warren. Haha. But no, valid. That's valid. I could have lost you in the fields. That is very valid, Wombo. I apologize. Autism. Autism. This one. Oh, this wrist space. Nope, this wrist space feels bad. I think I put it on. I think I flipped it again. Is it supposed to be this way? Ah. I was right the first time. Shit, the pot is too small. Get a bigger pot. Get a bigger pot. No, this just doesn't feel as bracey as it should be, I think. I think I did it now. How do hair do? So they like curl it and then they like put it on the head. But then how do they do the front swept bangs? I know this character has front swept bangs. Maybe you need to stop adding shit. I don't have a bigger one. It's full size, all clad. Make 2 different whatever you're making. So if you have 2 soup, make 2 soup. Instead of 1 soup, make 2 soup. That's my advice. Make 2 soup. I don't like that I'm like jiggling so hard. Making cabbage, so I'm baking on it shrinking. Oh, it will shrink. It will shrink. If it's cabbages, it will shrink. So you're lucky on that one. Oh, that's why they, okay. My brain understands. My brain understands. Okay, but if we're having the crown of the hair be like here, I think this needs to be bigger. This needs to come out more. And I put on my wrist brace, but I still think I put it on wrong. So my hand feels very uncomfortable. I think I did this one a little bit too much. Like, to be honest, it should be more. Yeah, more like that. Does he feel kind of tilted though? And then you come up more. But you come down a bit more. Maybe this didn't come up enough. It's not too bad. I'm supposed to make another one. I think I'm supposed to rotate it. Like this way? Fuck me, that smells good. Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Yeah, my wrist brace hurts more than helps, I think, so I will put it on after stream again. I don't like how this looks. I think it's because it needs like another. Nope. give. Can I have the edge, please? Thank you. Oh my god. Give. How did they do like the back? It was a lot of like layering, right? Yeah. Wait. His hair's shorter, so it's gotta go up more, doesn't it? Oh, not you. How do hair work? Because now it feels like that one's correct, but this one's wrong. Okay, Napa's all in the pot, kinda. What's a Napa? What is a Napa? Like Napa cabbage? I know what a Napa cabbage is. Yep. Ah, he was Vegeta's henchman, and yeah, okay. I thought that was Kakarot. I had to go with my Rolodex. The best kind of cabbage fight me. I do like Napa cabbages. They make good kimchi. Eh. No, Kakarot was Goku. Oh, henchman, not arch nemesis. I got the two mixed up. Yep, okay, you're good. Yeah, I'm remembering. The memories are trickling into my brain. I think my brain doesn't understand how hair works. Also, this is like my first time doing this after like not doing it for like ever. Because I did it for my Biff doll, but then I stopped. So I was like, wow, that was a lot of work. Let's do like the first layer of hair. Fucking... Okay. I think I'm on the right path. Is all I'll say. I think I'm on the right path. Yeah. Honestly, I don't know why I did that the hard way. I could have just done this. And then did this. I think that looks okay. What's happening here? I think this has to be longer. I don't know yet. How did what? Oh, how do they do the back of the head? It's getting lights out. I should try to sleep. Good night, Womble. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it when you do. I hope you have lovely sleep. Good night, Dave Richards. Oh, of course. Good night. Good night. I think I know my problem is that I'm using too many. Using too many of these. Is that red? Toilet's ball blue. In beauty school. Through. Like reasons. I like that Womble said thank you for a chill time and then the song plays. Whoops. Smile. Oops. There we go. Okay, and now I will take... Oh, not the fuck. This one. Okay, kitty has rich spot. I guess it's gotta flick out. I guess. I don't know. I actually don't know. I won't do the bottom half yet, I think. I think I need to scoot this guy out. Okay. My wife has infected my playlist. I am happy about this. I want to check my phone. Okay. I like that. I kind of like this swooping motion that this hair is doing. I just had a funny thought. Alright. This hair is still so thick. Maybe this needs to be bigger. I don't like it like that more. A bit more angled. I just realized this is gonna let off so much humidity. Put your face in it. It'll be a good face mask. It'll be warm, but open up them pores and then go wash your face and you'll feel nice. This song, Vex, this song is you. This song reminds me of you. Just kind of like fun anarchy. This feels like you. How do they do the thing again? That's a lot of like singular ones. The song was on my toothbrush as a kid. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. How did I know it was you? It's your vibe. Hmm? 90s bitch. Lane telling me to put my face in a boiling hot pot. Not in it! Oh, okay, hold on. Instructions unclear. Put dick in toaster. I get it. Alright, no, I meant let the steam after the initial steam, because the initial steam will be way too hot. After the initial steam, you then put your face in the less hot steam, and then you have a nice little face steamer. You know? Don't put it in the scalding hot steam. You go burn yourself. Goodness. Goodness gracious. I got lost. I now have a steam engine. What?
With the
I'm gonna
chicken strips.
I'm gonna put dick in the toaster for the rest of my... Have you not heard that? Yeah, it's like, or is it put the goldfish in the toaster? Instruction unclear, goldfish. Or maybe it was the goldfish. But yeah, dick and toaster is my favorite. Now, really curious about my own knowledge of... Never heard that in my life. I might have just mixed up two of them, if I'm fair. I don't know how hair works. This song was kind of a bop. Ooh. Do it, lady. Yeah, do it, lady. Okay. Because I've actually cut Pixel's hair, I kind of know how it works. But I kind of wish I could stare at his scalp right now. I think he might be taking a nap though, so I can't do that right now. Ooh, that was too much. Okay, never mind. Oh, you know what I want to listen to? This one. have like hiccup burps. It's annoying me. I think I fucked this one up. There we go. Okay, I need to take it my own advice and stop fucking with it. Yeah, don't fuck with it. Stop fucking with it. Let it blossom and bloom. If you don't let it blossom and bloom and become its full Nappa-y self, you're gonna get your dick stuck in a toaster. And you don't want that to happen now, do you, Vexed? No dick in toaster. I wish I had a dick I could put in a toaster, I'm gonna be honest. If I was a guy, I'd put my dick in a lot of weird places, I think. Definitely would put it in a banana at one point, at least to try. I don't think this is the song I was hoping for. I do like this song. This is not the song I was looking for, though. Thank you. Want mine? Sure. I'll put it to good scientific use before its inevitable demise. When did this come out? 2010? Okay. Thank you for the song request. Can I rearrange the queue? There you go. Cool. What the fuck? That lyric is crazy. I've never heard this actual song. Like, the only thing I've heard of this song is the look at you, look at you, look at you kind of thing. That's crazy. What the fuck do you mean, Kanye? Kanye be wild. Kanye be wildin'. I like the theory that people have that the Kanye that we have now is not the real Kanye. I like that theory. It's a funny theory to me. This is not how Pixel's hair works either, actually, to be fair. His hair is, like, sectioned like a square here, and the rest of it, like, kind of just goes down. I just wish a billionaire would stop being evil. True. But it's that money. Money is what corrupts them. My tummy feels funny. Only this one. My all-time favorite artist became an all-grifter. Who was your all-time favorite? But yeah, unfortunately, that's just what happens when the money gets to them. I don't know who that is, but I apologize that they have let you down. Who knows? Maybe they'll have like a revival arc. You know, one can only hope. He did the old Halo music? Damn. Damn. To be fair, a lot of people from that era are just kind of crazy, though. To be fair. I have like an inkling that I want to watch a TV show about serial killers. I'm sorry, that's random. I don't know. I've been seeing clips of like Dexter on my like on my TikTok, and I kind of want to watch it. What do you do about these big gaps? Just kind of connect them. I don't know what I'm doing. My wife's still streaming. Tab. She's still pointing out West Wiles. Mrs. Mommy is playing Lemon Cake, which looks like a Mario game, a Nintendo game I used to play. Boy, Gordo, my goat, Michael Salvatore, ain't never let me down. Fuck yeah, brother. That's good. I'm glad. I want him to zoom out. Gore zoom out. Gore zoom out. Gore zoom out. Zoom out. I want to see what you're doing. Gore, please zoom out. Gore, zoom out. God damn it. Okay, I'll come back in a little bit. Hopefully you zoomed out by then. Hold on. There you go. Damn, this song is longer than I thought. This is an 8-minute song? Good lord. I did not realize that. My bad. Like, it was a good song, I just, damn. 8 minutes. My song is like 1:30, but yeah. True, music is really short. Except for some songs. Some songs I do wish were longer. There are some songs on the rare occasion I'm like, damn, wish this was longer. This song would be like, have a really cute edit for like a VTuber, I feel like. Oh, come here. I need to know how your head works.
Not like that.
Ah! That looks good for the front, though.
The front's not bad.
Okay.
Honestly, for the hair, I'd probably just extrude the head and box model something.
But I want your hair to be fluffy.
But my hair's not fluffy on the sides, it's fluffy on the top.
Son of a bitch! You're right. Lex says hi.
Hello.
God damn it. I was like doing it, I'm like, this is so wrong, but I'm doing it anyway.
It kind of starting to look like dreads.
Okay, I think
like that, like there.
Fuck.
I pause like
this, like
there.
this is good.
Might need to bring that one up a bit.
Oh yeah, like to be up like this one.
Yeah, because technically this side's shorter.
I don't know how I did Biff's hair. I did Biff's hair and I did it so well, and now it's like.
I think it's easier because Biff is just in your imagination, whereas this you're trying to mimic something.
She's real to me.
In your imagination.
She's real to me. Valid. Can you put this on me? I kept putting it on, but I kept like losing feeling in my hand because I did it.
Too tight.
Okay. No, it would not. It's about suicide and abuse. Ever heard of? What was that one game? What was that one game? It's about the girl that, like, she's essentially a VTuber. And, like, you play as her, but, like, you can choose to take her meds or not. She kind of crashes out. Oh, thank you. What's that song called? What's that game called? Needy Streamer Overload, yeah. Yeah, Needy Streamer Overload. Son of a bitch, Pixels broke me. Now I gotta do this again. I really only like the beginning of the song. But yeah, Needy Streamer Overload would go with that song. And to be fair, I am kind of like a pet in a way, because I only drink water when you let me. I only stretch when you remind me. So, you know, it's kind of pet mentality. There's a tissue on my desk that I use to, wipe my tears this morning from my therapy appointment. I was like, why the fuck is there a tissue on my desk? It's not usually, I know you normally use tissues. And I was like, I'm not sick. And then I remembered. And it scared me because it started flapping because of my fan. I thought it was a spider. I'm a pet in a way that is not Twitch safe. That's valid. That's fair. Point taken. But, you know. Am I wrong? I don't think the comparison is technically wrong. And for bigger streamers, even more so, because if you don't pay attention to them, they will die, because you are what feeds us. So when you think about it, I'm like not wrong. Okay, I like Nikki's verse. I like Nikki's verse in this. Okay, this one, her lines are actually kind of fire. I kind of want to listen to Nicki Minaj now. True, yeah, see? Nicki Minaj. She still makes music though, huh? Q. Okay. God damn it, Pixels. Okay. And then it kind of goes back. So I'm gonna take this one again. And it kind of goes like this. Man, the modeling this is like weird. Yeah, I really only like the beginning of the song and then Nicki's verse. I was hoping I'd like it more, but that's what edits do. They only give you a snippet and then you cry when you realize the whole thing's not as good. I was hoping it had like a similar vibe or something, to be honest. I did this wrong again. I think I need to hide these for now. So, let's go in and I'm low on money. I'm on the floor. I like to dance. I give me more. I can't stand on the floor. Your last chance if you want more. Oh shit. Ships were meant to fly. His hair kind of does more of a swoosh, 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 swoosh motion. And now I'm sad because I didn't do that whoosh, whoosh, whoosh motion. Does this mean... This means I think the front is wrong too. Because technically, his hair would be a bit more like this. Uh-oh, Dad. And then it kind of goes... money because of very. It's not my fault. Pixels has a weird crown. It's your last chance if you want. God, there's gonna be nothing like jamming out in the kitchen at 1 in the morning. Fuck yeah, dude. It's a good feeling. I love doing that. I think I know where I went wrong. I think that his crown is actually back, so it's supposed to go like... Yeah, okay. So now this part would come up in the front. And then this would like... Oops. Hands up, where's the sky? Oh, let's do this one more time. Hands up, where's the sky? Because now what happens is his fucking hair does like this little upty swoop. Little upty swoop. And it's like this. Upty swoop. In a boom system, pop down, they see with the cooler system. Some text, I'm saving it up. You not gonna do. And I'm not gonna do. You don't. Monolithic, that's the kind of game you're looking for. You can look it all. You're a hell of a guy. My mind, you're like a design. Anytime. And was all like, oh. Since I did. Nobody tells me the FI is. And my heart is going away. And it's going away. I'm gonna be paying super things. Yeah, there we go. I'm not gonna lie, I like looked at how long I've been streaming because I was curious. I was like, oh, we're almost at like 8 hours. And I saw it said 4 and I was like, what? And then I realized stream crashed earlier. I did, yes I did. The FI is. And the boobs are, that's boobs are. Oh, you got my heart is running away. Oh, he went to something else. No! That boom ba dum boom ba dum dang. Got that super bang boom ba dum boom dang. Got that super bass. Boom ba dum got that super bass. I need help instead. I wasn't done. This hair makes no sense to me. Thank you for the song request. Ooh. This should be slapping. This doesn't feel right either. Oh. Okay, I don't know if that was just me, but my headset, like, my audio, like, freaked out. I think that's because my headset died. Hold on. I think it's because my headset died. Restarted it, but then I saw it was only on, like, 1 battery. So, hopefully it's okay. Maybe it was just my headset dying. Yeah, I think it was just my headset dying. I'm sorry! Listen, you would not have wanted to hear what my thing just did, okay? To be fair. Heyo, hi Rain, how are you? Kinda did his hair wrong. Okay. Fuck these ones. Give me this one again. Hide the other one. Take this one. Re-smooth it. Take this. Ooh. Yo, this music is sick. Vex, you keep just giving us bangers. Gordon does great work. It's fucking sounds like it, goddamn. Let's go forward. Forward, forward, forward. Yeah. Then here's another one. It goes. He did Doom and Wolf. Oh, no wonder I like him. Oh, no wonder I like him. I feel like I have an old clip of me saying that I'd say something sus. Hold on. Hold on. Is it this one? I'm already, yeah, cruising for a reason. I was gonna be cool. Carl the Roomba. Is it this one? No, that was okay. So the sound design. I said whoever decided to make the sound design a certain way, I suck their dick. Really? That's an old ass clip. Okay, I think I'm finally getting it. After like my 50th attempt at Pixels' hair, I think I kind of understand. He was the audio director, so same but different. So different but same. Hi. Your hair is a bitch.
Sorry.
It's okay, I still love you.
Did you know what the worst hairstyle I ever make is, though? Shortcut, like above the shoulder, messy. Fucking nightmare.
Wait, what do you mean?
Like, medium length hair that's messy is the hardest haircut to make.
Like
because if it's longer, you just put it in a ponytail or a bird or something.
Like this?
Yeah, some shit like that.
But this, he made it look easy!
No, that's fucking
Your hair is hard.
No, this
Your hair is hard. No, your hair is all hard.
The top parts.
Like I am for Mick Gordon, the guy that apparently is a sound designer for Doom.
Oh, okay.
I found an old clip of me saying whoever's a sound designer, I'd suck their dick. From like 5 years ago. You were the one that clipped that.
Yeah.
You were the one that clipped that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh!
Oh my goodness. I know he's standing in the doorway, menacing Moira. My cat always meows at my Pixels. Why does my cat meow at me when I stand in the doorway? Quite simply, your cat's talking to you. Watch their bodies to see what else they might do. For instance, when they're talking, are they telling you to hide? Did they rub your legs? They're very happy to see you. If they run back and forth while meowing, they want you to follow them. Perhaps they want to play. Oh. Alright, I guess it's just her being like, hi! Which way are we going? God damn it, Pixels' hair is so hard to maneuver. I think it has to be bigger. It looks like he has a comb over. Pixels doesn't have a comb over. What have I done? What is my problem? I think this part needs to come in more. No, now his thing is like too far. Pixels need to change his hair IRL to match the model. That's the easiest solution. That's what I'm saying. Let me give him the anime messy hair look and then it'll be fine. His hair does kind of do that when it gets longer, and I was contemplating just making it how it is when it's longer. But he does prefer it this way, so. Okay, cabbage is done, Pog. What are you making, Vexed? If you don't mind me asking. What you making? And why are you making so much of it? Was it an accident that you made that much of it? I think this is actually supposed to go up higher. I didn't get what the main name for it, but it's cabbage and tomatoes are the main part. Interesting, it sounds good. I'm making a bunch, so I have leftovers. That's valid. Which way does his hair sit? I'm so confused. Oh, my bean's hair does not make sense. What does this mean? I don't know, like, this is like the starting hair, I feel like. And, like, it's confusing me. It needs to be up more? It makes his forehead look really big, though. His forehead's not supposed to be that big. Hi, Rhino! Thank you for the check-in. Okay, I think that's correct. I feel like this looks correct, and then, like, this one gets a bit more this way, and then this one becomes a little bit more like this. Do you have D&D today? If so, how'd it go? Or how would your day go in general? Time for me to head to bed. Have a good night. Good night! Good night! I can hear you all around. It was a long day in general. Understandable. Have you tried to kill the party again? Not surprised. Not surprised. Didn't they just go through a TPK? Didn't that game just go through a TPK though? Okay. And then, like, he has, like, hairs like this at the back. So it's kind of like this. Like that. Oh my god, last D&D I was the main DPS and got COVID right before the BBG, and we got— oh my god! That's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate, Vex. I am sorry to hear that. It was a sign, you know? You were just never meant to beat the BBG, or maybe you just weren't ready. You know, come back again when you've leveled, you know, kind of thing. Anything running the air, I'm holding on to BB cast Contagion IRL. Oh, I believe. But then it kind of feels like the next one is kind of like this, but like smaller. Damn it. They were like 100 damage short, which was one— oh, damn, that's unfortunate. It just wasn't meant to be. Just wasn't meant to be, Vexed. The world was like, nope, try again later, when you're not sick. Oops. It's like so much more front facing. Also, I don't know if I said this, but I'm going to stream until dinner is ready. And then I'll go eat dinner. And then I don't know, I'll play Minecraft or something. I'm not that tired, since I have collab tomorrow, I don't want to stay up too late. Gotta save my social battery. Also, I kind of woke up early today, so. No, not the eepiest, but a little bit. These look like bananas. These look like bananas. Bananas in pajamas. Sculpting this one. This should come out a bit more. This part can come out. With this part feels like it kind of comes in this way a little bit more. I wonder what Pixels is making. I hear a lot of stirring. I feel like this one should be lower. another one. It's like this. It'll be up here. Then we can take this part and move it down. Stop. I want this. No, I want this one. No! Oh. What is happening? Let me use the inflate tool. Go. Stretch this out a bit. I think this kind of makes sense. I think the banana peels are doing the do. I think. Do -1. Oops. What? The haze above my TV. Just everything I see. Everything is something different already. Oh, this one's too flat. Stop there and let me correct it. I wanna from a new perspective. Because I love your face. Your expensive taste and wanted I wanna live your face from a new perspective. That would be a good idea. Getting out of here. Everything for granted, but we still respect that time. While we got new version, knowing everything is fine. Everything is fine. Just forward to go down on. A new perspective. Because I love your face, not your expensive taste. And because I invented a new perspective. Dear. Okay, now we're starting to lose it. Alright. I think I've stared at this for a bit too long. So I'm going to go rest me eyeballs. Is Bio still streaming? Taking a break. When's she coming back? When is she coming back? Have a good night. Thank you. I want to raid my wife. But she's like BRBing. Wanna be with that? Oh, we can raid Gore. Gore's doing stuff, right? Yeah, Gore's doing stuff. Let's go raid Gore. Oh, you already sent celebration. I'm sorry, wife. I'll go raid Gore. Alright. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I'll be back tomorrow to do some video editing, probably some PR, and then I'm probably going to... I am going to be doing paranormal cleanup with wife. So thank you guys for hanging out with me. I love you guys so much. Have fun with Gore. There's the raid message. If you want to use it, I'd appreciate it, but you don't have to. So go have fun over there. I love you guys. Good night. Good night. Thank you for hanging out with me. Good night, everybody.